Hello, Ruby. You are first. Okay, so today we are going to work on the opening scene for our game. And realized I don't think that I actually installed the font that I'm using for the game. I've just got it. I've just got it in my game. ASCII art. I'm just reading this document. I had actually looked at this document before for this, but this is the font that we're using is Perfect DOS VGA, which, as I understand, it should be permitted to do commercial use and so on. Okay, anyway though, let's see if Perfect DOS shows up or if we have to, oh, it might be, no, it's closed down, and then we'll relaunch it. Yes, good morning, Robin. And Harold and everything. It's always morning somewhere. It's always down somewhere, as the saying goes. It's always down somewhere. Today we're running on slightly better sleep than yesterday, which is nice. Makes it easier to do things. We'll close this down. So we're going to do the icon for the games. The other thing, we're going to have that Mr. Tekran eating his tail. And then probably type it in. It'll be easier. Where's my perfect? No, okay. I installed it. Where's persuasion? I wonder if I bring up like a Office document, do I have it there? Maybe I didn't get it. Those references are years old. I feel like you shouldn't. Okay, so I got Perfect DOS here. I just don't have it in Toon Boom. Wonder why it doesn't come into Toon Boom. Okay. Well, let's find out where we do have it, because I want to use that use that font. So we're gonna have to make it work one way or the other. So funny thing, Clip Studio does not love text. Last time I tried to use Clip Studio for text, it really didn't get along with it very well. Okay, but we have it here. Perfect DOS. Great. It slows down a lot, stutters, all kinds of other things. Got my coffee. We're slowly chugging into life. Okay. So a boot screen. How do we want to do a boot screen? That's the big thing. I was thinking we'd start with just like a black screen. It shouldn't take very long. I've watched my computer real carefully, tune it out so often. You got yourself nasty insomnia. Yeah, one of my friends had really bad insomnia kind of recently. It happened, he started working at a factory, like a airbag factory. The work was just absolutely grueling, and he just kind of fell into an inability to sleep and couldn't seem to fix it. The doctors gave him, okay, are hotkeys not working? No, wait. It's not. The hotkeys are working, I'm just stupid. Okay. But yeah, he checking out the new Nintendo Directs. He's still working on this game. But anyway, though, yeah, he was just like beat. So he's one of our role player guys. He's in the Not D&D stuff. And so every time he'd come in, he would just be like dead exhausted, because he'd be like, "Oh, how'd you do?" And he's like, "I haven't slept in 3 days." And the problem is that they give him medication, but then like the medication is stuff that you shouldn't take too often because it's addictive, and then you can't sleep without it. So it was like some days, he'd take it, and then other days he just couldn't do. Yeah, a routine helps a lot, but like irregular work, especially like something really exhausting like factory work, I think just messed him up really bad. He says he's getting back on track, which is good. All right, anyway though, we're gonna get rid of this. Whoops. We want white, I think. Writing with the pen is actually kind of stupid. And then let's see. This says that it said it was supposed to be at a specific size. I don't know how badly it'll. Actually, we'll turn this on and just make the screen black so that I can see. Perfect DOS. It looks fine. Does Undertale use this same? I'm looking at this really big, and it occurs to me. Undertale font. Do they just use perfect DOS? No, they use like a blocky. Okay. It looked well. No, okay, no. Hadn't seen it that big before. I really like Undertale, but one thing that I dread is, you make something and then people compare it to the biggest thing they can think of, and it's gonna be like, BIOS. Yeah, and it'd be cool and all if Here, let's go ahead and make this smaller. If people were like, "Oh, it's like Undertale. Oh, it's better than Undertale," but you certainly you kind of want to have the. I would prefer the comparisons to be flimsy, and people just be like, "Yeah, it reminds me of Undertale," and that the characters were really good, and then you can kind of like roll your eyes and be like, "Oh, okay, they like the characters," as opposed to like, "Oh, they use the same font as Undertale." Okay, whoops. Didn't mean to copy a popular thing. I'm trying to have my own identity. But no, we're copying DOS. Kids today, we hope don't even know what DOS is. Don't even recognize it. Okay, boot screen. Okay, then we can just import that. Here we go. Boot screen. Wait, did I not get my... Oh. Right, yes. There we go. We go through the process of actually... Press delete. And then hilariously, it's under the layer, so there we go. Press delete to enter BIOS. Let's give this a peg. In the node view, where it'll let me add a peg. And here we go. These BIOS screens always crack me up because they come so fast. And I feel like they're not all the same. I think like some of them are like hit F12 or hit F11 or something. I might be wrong on that. Maybe they're all, maybe it's unified. But it's like I'll wait and I'll be like, oh, what did it say? What was the button? Okay, there's that. So next thing we want to do, we'll come back for more text later. We had some concept work of Mr. Tikrin, and we didn't need Tikrin right away. We still don't need him yet. He's going to be like after. We'll see him after the like tutorial level and everything. But I do want his company symbol because that's going to be like the computer screen, the first thing that you see. So we'll start just by. See, game icon dimensions, because this is going to be our game icon too, 128 by 128. And we'll take this concept here, because I do like this. I think I'm gonna maybe expand on it a little bit. I have a couple of different versions of it. So like, for example, kind of want to fill up as much of the space as possible. So the rooftop's going to be small. And our lizard must grow. So there we go. We could do something like that. Let me kind of extend out the roof a little so I can see where it actually would be. So you haven't heard of the coffin of Andy. We have a guy on our server named Andy. He speaks in the third person. So company logo, the sketch is really sloppy, but your actual company logos need to be pretty straight. Like circle, like a nice proper circle, which we can add to. So if his body is segmented, I was thinking it would be fun to have like the loading screen go through the different segments of his body. Really looks like a Stargate. Well, we're not going for a Stargate. I mean, it's supposed to be an Ouroboros. This Stargate nonsense. You can't just see a Stargate everywhere. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me it looks like a popular... We were just talking about how we're going to try not to be compared to popular things, and then... here you are, telling me you're reminded of a popular thing. Why you do this to me? Okay. And we can do that. Actually, what if we... like a little bit more of a spiky angle. He's got a lot of angular stuff going on, so we'll kind of try to emphasize the angles a little bit more so that it looks a little bit more uniform. There we go, and that's our kind of our thing here. It's not a snack. It's not a snake. Or it's not a hat. It's a snake that ate a baby elephant. Would it look nicer if I kind of curve this way, following the body of the snake? Maybe the way to go. Yeah, let's make his neck a little larger so that way we kind of head a little larger too. And just follow the body a little bit more. Just gonna erase these lines, see how that where it looks. Give it a little flip. Let's have the tail go in more. Okay. I like the just do it like that. Problem is the legs kind of cover up the rooftop. And that leg's too long on top of everything else. So we're going to have another leg here. I guess the legs will just have to be too long. Or we'll have to cover up the rooftop if we want to have the legs. Question is this really going to read as a company logo? I feel like these days they simplify them a lot. Or they've been simplifying them. Oh, what if we give it like a little, because everything's been kind of angular, so we give it like a little curve down. It's hard to see, but on school and important things instead of drawing snakes inside out. Thoughts on the Soul Reaver graphic novel? I don't really have any thoughts on it. Most of the Soul Reaver stuff that has come out recently has all kind of been disappointing, so I don't really follow it very much. I mean, the people that were on it before, I think, are mostly not on it anymore, right? So if you understand the boss character correctly, he wouldn't exactly follow trends. You mean Mr. Tikrin? Yeah, Mr. Tikrin would think of himself as the trendsetter, you see. It is Mr. Tikrin who sets the trends. Everyone else is just following. Don't try to tell him otherwise. I think we're gonna have little black little stick figure hands there. And I think that'll be, maybe we'll just do a little stick figure body for everything. For all the limbs, that is. It's not a star. It's not a Stargate. It's a Fargate. Older reference. Don't know if that'll, date me. The kids probably date my age. The kids probably don't watch Aqua Teen Hunger Force anymore, right? Is that even on the air anymore? It's probably not. I feel like Aqua Teen Hunger Force was kind of done. Yeah, like they did the movie and that was kind of it. I think I'm pretty sure that they were over with. I feel like the movie. I think if I recall, the movie wasn't even all that good. Kids these do it. Never forget Master Shake. I like that voice actor. I like a lot of the stuff that he was in. He was a had a lot of character. His characters had a lot of character, which is always good in that line of work. Kind of fell short. Humor was decent. See, everything's getting rebooted. Because I feel like companies are kind of like, we gotta, it's cheaper if we don't have to make people aware of new things. And so they sort of, they're just going back to things that worked once. But I wouldn't expect them to come back. Like, it's been so long. I can't imagine them being like, you know, be like, oh yeah, we totally have had lots of ideas that we've just been waiting to share with everybody again. You know, if I would assume that they would just be like, oh yeah, I mean, like they totally blindsided us when they were like, come back. Like I assumed the project was over. Only have like 5 episodes. I mean, kids would be watching Has Been and Hell of a Boss. Just because they're being promoted on the internet. So they're like, if something has SEO value at this point, then they kind of like, I feel like you get exposed to it. But I also hear that kids are becoming less online just because the internet's not really very fun anymore. So there are fewer kids that are actually consuming anything online than there was. Like the numbers are falling. I've heard that. I don't know what the actual data is regarding that. This might be better without the eye. Maybe without the smile too. Maybe just a slightly thinner smile. So the thing is, I kind of want it to be true. I feel like with the big monopolies, really, they don't they won't do anything to help the general public. But if their income gets threatened, then maybe they might do something. They might change something. But the question is always like, oh, what are they going to actually change? And is it going to be for anyone's benefit, or are they just going to crack down and exploit the markets harder? You never know. It might be a monkey's paw to wish that the kids are not using Google, not using the YouTubes as much. Yeah, progressive. I mean, I don't know. You do hear about kids getting a lot of lingo, like a lot of modern lingo from the internet. But that could be. I mean, like kids in school will share that lingo among one another. Like, you don't have to be online to pick it up. So it could be it's not that the kids are online so much, but they are, like, you just see their lingo online because it's the lingo that it's just lingo that they have. But I mean, like, for sure, I've heard that they don't use Facebook as often, for example, because there's like nothing fun on Facebook. So if you can imagine that extending maybe to other social media. Like there's really, like, Facebook sucks, but a lot of the things that suck about Facebook are true all over social media. Oh, I never, Lily says, I tried to be a young Democrat when I was in school. I've never actually been, like, party affiliated or anything. I was never, I don't know if I ever gave that impression, but I wasn't involved in any, like, political movements in school or anything like that. I follow politics, and I'm mostly just frustrated by all politics. I don't, like we mentioned in a previous stream, I understand people being upset about politics. I don't follow as well people who are excited about politics. It feels weirdly alien to me when people are like, I'm really excited about my candidates. It's like, how do you feel that joy? What's your secret? What's your how do you, this is a superpower. I don't get it. They're like, I have hope. Things are headed in the right direction. Why do you think that? What do you have to explain to me? So yeah, I never was like in school politically active or anything like that. No, I don't think I mentioned anything like that in school. I don't recall having said anything like that. I mean, if you can find that I said something, and maybe I can clarify it, but for sure I was never like actively political in school. I've talked about how every time I talk politics, if I do like a politics video, it does do harm to me usually. That's like, because I talked politics during the last election cycle, and it's like, as soon as if you pick a side, then it results in people don't really want to hear. So I got myself in trouble talking politics, but there's a way to make this thing respect that. I don't remember what is the way, though. Turning anti-aliasing off for this, actually. We're just doing color fill. Now, politics is just really strange. The more you read into it, I mean, like it feels like the whole everything political is very disengaged from kind of the ideal. So like whatever you would think that politics should do is rarely what it does. And I mean, it's just kind of the nature of the beast. Back. And I think one of the weirder things too is that a lot of times when you think about politics, you find a lot of people who, rather than, they don't really want to talk politics, they kind of want to talk political theory, which is its own, like, it's like its own thing entirely. But people will get really defensive of political theory. You know, you I don't know. I feel like politics comes up during these streams from time to time. And I don't know. I talk about it mostly out of anxiety. That's really where it comes from. It's not like I really want to talk about politics very much, but it makes me anxious. And people bring it up and I'll be like, oh my god, I'm super nervous about this. All of it. I just gotta let me tell you about it. Yeah, it's the snake points out it is pretty difficult to balance between like wanting to be involved and wanting to make a difference, but then also not wanting to be unhappy. So what if I just ignore it? What if I just pretend that nothing is happening and it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's good. No. And then you get so much disagreement. Like once you get into policy, you kind of get into disagreement over what is. But I prefer, if I'm going to argue politics with anybody, I never really like to talk theory. I kind of am interested more in policy talk. And then when you get into that, it's like everybody disagrees on policy things. So you can kind of talk up for a long time and not get nowhere, but the people that I talk to are also just regular Joes who don't really have any influence over anything. And then when you read about like, well, what are the politicians thinking? They're playing totally different games. Because I mean, the vast majority of people don't really take interest in policy directly, so it's kind of funny if the politicians, if they really care about policy, it's like that does not secure votes. So there's like getting voted into office, and then there's like paying attention to policy. These two unrelated things, nothing to do with each other. I'm a washed out personality. What's this? What do you mean by that? I mean, I'm not gonna tell you like I'm on the rise, at the moment or anything like that. But listen, how dare you? Washed out. I'm like a beautiful lady. I get more colorful with age. You ever heard an old woman at the retirement home criticize the food? I'm like, man, it's as colorful as it gets. Not getting younger. Older people are just more opinionated. You develop more washed out. wasn't an insult. I used to be way more popular. I mean, like, yeah, algorithmically I used to do better. If you mean I don't get as much promotion as I used to. That's true. Can't argue with that. But it doesn't mean I'm done. Doesn't mean I'm defeated. It just means that I didn't really rose to what Google envisioned the internet should be. I also hate the internet that Google has created, so agree to disagree with them. Yeah, no, I kind of just held out hope that the internet was going to go in a different direction than it did. Was the big thing. I was kind of like, you could see the writing on the wall. I was like, it's going to go this way. It's going to turn out like this, and I just kept thinking like, that's not really a good direction. I really hope it doesn't go that way. I hope we get into something a little better than all that. We didn't, but I think that still think I'm right. I still think that the internet that we got is fundamentally not as good for people as the internet that we should have gotten, and that the internet we have isn't going to be around forever just because you can't, I don't know, have an internet that just focuses on promoting the needs of like 3 or 4 companies. You're gonna have more than that. Have more stuff going on than that. Otherwise things get stagnant and the kids quit using your stuff. Like a rock band doing interesting experimental music. Here we go. Okay. I don't know. You could, I guess you could put it in that analogy. I feel like really kind of what we're looking at is that the markets have changed a lot. And I mean, like, no matter what happens, we're never going to go back to, like, there's nothing wrong with Taylor Swift being popular or whatever. Like, you could be like, oh man, we really should go back. I wish the Doors would come back, but they're like done, or like Van Halen or whatever. But like, I don't know. What I feel like we get now is that like people do really like Taylor Swift and the music and everything, and there are people who really like certain YouTubers, but I don't feel like it's quite the same. Like the internet today, you see so many people talking about how unhappy it makes them, and that's the thing that gets me about it. Is I feel like if everyone was like, yeah, the only thing I can watch is Taylor Swift, and she split up my family. Like if Taylor Swift's lyrics caused you to stop talking to your mom or dad, and it was like that was the only music that anyone was willing to put any funding behind, you might kind of say like, there's something going on, because why only music that splits up your family? Like, why is that? Like, that's where we're at with the internet. Like, why only misery? It's because it promotes engagement. And it's a little, that's you know, of course, that's not entirely the case for YouTube. I don't know. It's hard to tell what's doing well anymore. It used to be like there were really clear, like very hard lines on what was clearly doing well. Here, actually, I think I'm going to add a little bit more shadow onto this thing. What was clearly doing well versus what was not doing that well. And I mean, people would just follow them like really hard. So it was very easy to say like, oh yeah, for a little while, stuff like Keemstar and Content Cop, that kind of like drama YouTubing was really big. Or it was like Minecraft is like the only thing. And Minecraft is still big. But I mean, those trends used to be so very strict. Now it's a little bit more sophisticated, and there is a little bit more personal tailoring. It still seems like people are kind of unhappy with what they have, but it's not as clear. Like, there's a lot more variety in what people have. And it's just so much harder to put a finger on. Like, I don't think I can just get up there anymore and make a Spider-Man Buries Alive episode of something and be like, yeah, I would totally get a bunch of child viewers and make money. That's different. That's no longer the case. So I don't know what to think anymore. It used to be like there were really, really clear lines, and now it's kind of like they're not so clear. And I mean, that's probably better, because then at least not everybody, when everybody had to be doing it, like it felt like everybody had to be playing Minecraft for a little while. Like if you were on YouTube, you had to do it. You really had no choice. Those were silly times. I get exposed to a lot of Minecraft these days, consequence of having a small child. Miss 2016 sometimes. Like World Theory down here. Sorry, World Theory. You're down there participating in the Twitch chat. I glance down there less frequently since it's quieter. But that's a pretty good joke. He's like, oh, you know, political theory, my evil twin. Yes, I battle political theory frequently on the Discord. Well, not frequently. But we kind of have an unofficial on the Discord. We kind of have like an unofficial, please do not try to talk politics rule. And then we have a board, and I didn't set this up. It was set up by another administrator, but it was a politics board. It was part of it. It was just called the drama board. And that was so that during the last election cycle, we could talk politics and not have it pollute the main server. And you could be invited in by being like, oh, I want to see the politics. I want to hear the politics. And so they'd bring you in. But then, like, if you came in and you just, like, picked nasty fights with people, then we had to throw you out. Because, you know, it would just be unpleasant. It would be like, we're all friends and we're all having a lovely time. And then and then you're like, okay, so how do you feel about pork prices? And then people would just go nuts. You're like, okay. You can't be in here anymore. And now, every now and then, like, somebody comes in and they'll start talking politics, and they'll be like, can this person have the politics role? And I never give it up, because for one thing, I didn't make the chat room in the first place. And the other problem is that if somebody like comes in and they really want to talk politics, then we kind of don't want them in the political chat, because they'll really want to talk politics. And normally it's pretty quiet. During the elections we talk more about stuff, but like normally it's quiet. And then you'll get someone who'll come in, especially if they want to talk political theory. Because then, like political theory, you can talk political theory anytime. Policy, you can only talk about kind of like when it feels relevant. So you'd be like, oh, you know what, I feel like this about the tax code, or I feel like this or that. And you know what occurs to me? I guess this is not, oh, maybe I should turn off the lines. Whoops, I guess I would have to sharpen it up a lot. I don't think hardly any company logo has like these cartoony black outlines. Now that I think about that. Oh, that's okay. They'll use this. I'm going to use the silhouette a lot. But yeah, if somebody comes in and they're just like, I really want to talk politics and I want to talk theory, it's kind of like, oh, I don't really want to bring them into the political chat, because they'll want to talk theory all the time. And then we want, like, there'll just be arguments about political theory on a regular basis, as opposed to once every 4 years. And it's just like, it's like a headache to moderate, because I have to watch it. And if it spills out into the regular chat, I gotta be like, hey, stop. No, it's frustrating. So I don't know. It's a once every 4 years kind of phenomenon. I'd like to keep it that way. Paw Patrol. Paw Patrol has the police dog. You can get, although that one's low hanging fruit. The one that I like is there's a big bulldog, and he like operates the heavy machinery, and we kind of joked about him. I've joked about him before, but like, you have to have a permit to operate this. I gotta follow union rules. I'm part of the union, because they just like dispatch those dogs to do all kinds of things like normal people should be doing. And I kind of like the idea of the dog being like, "Did you touch?" Like there was a scene where I think he gets sick. The bulldog gets sick, and I think they have the police dog come out, and he has to do the job for the bulldog. He has to operate his machinery, and he doesn't know how. Is part of the catch of the episode. And so that was a good crack up, because it's just like, did you touch this machine? Are you are you with the union? You're not allowed to touch this machine. First you have to be certified. Second, you got to be in the union. You can't scab. If I'm sick, this is why we have a union. You should have another union guy. So if you want to be political, I feel like the bulldog is the room for like a really funny character who could be just really uptight about the union rules and everything, and be like, oh, deploy the pups. Be like, I only work 9 to 5. It's in my contract. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. I was looking for files to import, not even in the right space. I distracted myself with bulldog talk. Okay, we'll bring in where are you? Where is it? Oh. We'll just move it on over. Whoa. Is weird how messed up that looks. Oh, it actually exported looking that bad. Interesting. Let me this like bright pink or something. We'll see. Okay, it doesn't look messy. I mean, it's not a big deal because we're not even going to use that, but it doesn't look that messy in the project file. Oh, maybe if I turn off aliasing, maybe that's part of my problem. It's also not supposed to be blown up that large normally. It's not like a big deal. It's just weird that it is ugly like that. Let me get these little phantom particles. I don't know, it looks okay. Weird, it has all those artifacts. The English bulldog is called Rebel. And they have an binary kid. Well, there you go. I guess Paw Patrol is legitimately political. You think it's not? You're in for a shock. Okay. Maybe it's just... Yeah, it imports like a mess. Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright. I don't... It's fine, Toon Boom. That's fine. I wasn't going to use it. Alright. Okay. So actually, it probably would still be okay. Give myself a bunch of extra work to do. I knew I was going to have to draw this twice. I don't know, shocked at how messy this thing imported is all. Lots of curvy things going on. And we'll just just reuse this drawing once it's done, basically. Did I speaking of the internet stuff, did I talk about how I was kind of how I kind of wanted to do an abridged type thing regarding Digital Circus? Because I like Digital Circus and all, but one thing that I thought was I thought it was kind of funny that they have like Jax and he's supposed to be, I don't know, like an asshole from like, I don't know, the earlier 2000s or something like that. I was just thinking about how, I don't know, like it's only been in the last 10-ish years that it's kind of politically incorrect to throw around like to call people, you're calling people gay is like not an appropriate insult anymore. It used to be kind of done so frequently that it was bland, you know, like it just wasn't thought about. Like that was a 4chan joke, was like everyone's gay on the internet. Not exactly, that wasn't the phrasing, but it's just like it got thrown around as an insult so much. South Park did an entire episode about how like it would be hard to condition people to not use the word as an insult. But sure enough, though, people have been conditioned away from using the word as an insult. I was just kind of thinking though about that, is like, so you have this guy from like the early 2000s who like he wasn't around during the cultural change, and then you know you're just like, oh, you can't say that anymore. And I don't know, like there's potential for stuff like that. I don't know if they would get into that, but just like how long have you been here? Like, do you know that society has changed since you left, or do you just not want to hear about that? Like, I don't know, just the casualness with which you would use a homophobic slur and then get like in trouble, and the visceral reaction of like, I'm not, no, listen, it's internet culture. Oh, that internet culture is dead. It's been dead. Been dead for a long time. Although maybe that's a slur that gets bleeped out, because I guess that they can't say swear words. So maybe that would probably be bleeped out. Because I think on television they would bleep out slurs like that. Well, I mean, I guess just calling somebody gay is not, that wouldn't get you bleeped out. But I don't know, I just think that's funny how that was, there was like a whole cultural phenomenon related to that. Yeah, Amazing Digital Circus. I like what they've done so far, but I do feel like their scripting is not super tight yet. It'll probably get better as they go along. But they have that ooze monster in one episode, and I liked him, but he really added nothing, except for the comedic value of just being himself. Which is one of those things. It's like I get why they would be like, I don't want to drop this character. I don't want to not have this character. Because he's so good, and then but it's like he's kind of wasting screen time. I was late for the Greg stream. Yeah, as you point out, the logic of like no longer using gay as a slur, it does make sense, and I believe that's why it was phased out. Like, but it was just done so casually. Like it was just. It was just kind of like you just had to kind of get the memo. I don't remember even what really made me think about it at all. I might have been having a conversation with my wife or something where I think that like she said something and then I joked and I was like, "That's gay." And she was like, "I forget that you grew up in like the early 2000s." I don't do stuff like that often or within earshot of my son or anything like that because I know it was one of those like I knew it was. Just to clarify, is like I knew it wasn't appropriate, and that was what I thought made it funny, and it was to my wife. So then she's like, "Yeah, like we just don't do that anymore." I was like, "Yeah, we really don't." It kind of got me thinking about it. I was like, "It's interesting. You just get like within my lifetime, we just kind of quit using language that we used to use, and that required a whole bunch of different things, like just a bunch of different cultural things." And then in the context of Digital Circus, like suppose you weren't there for any of the cultural shifts, and then someone showed up and they were just like, "Oh yeah, everything is different now. Like we just don't use that, we just don't use that language." You'd be like, "Well, why? I have no good argument, but why?" And then you will be like, "Oh, well, there's like a big Supreme Court case, and there was all this stuff that happened, and like the internet got a lot bigger, and so people were online, and they were like, it hurts my feelings, and you kind of like these people online. You're like, oh, I don't want to hurt their feelings. I like these people." You just learn to be kinder people, I suppose. And like, how did society learn to be kinder? But I feel like, especially in the context of the Jax character, like Jax himself is like always he's oops, sorry. He's depicted as having that kind of era nihilism, which was really common. You know, it used to just be like I remember Maddox was the most popular page online for a while, and it was all just like nihilistic humor. And so Jax, I think he kind of strikes me as that's what they're going for with him. I don't know if that's accurate, but it feels like that's what they're doing. And I know there was definitely a bunch of resistance online when the changes began, and people, you know, started talking about feelings, because there was like that, well, no, not respecting people's feelings is the point of the nihilistic thing. It's supposed to be I don't care about anything. What do you mean? You're taking away? That's my whole bit. Just take it away. Now I gotta care about stuff. Like, no, you don't have to care about things. Now you have to be like post-ironic. That's what we do now. Now we pretend we care about people's feelings, but we pretend not to care about like things that we genuinely really like. We act like it's dumb to care. No, this is. I think we're moving past that too, though. I think we're starting to get out of the post-ironic phase. Just thank goodness for that. I kind of hated the post-ironic phase. I feel like we ought to just enjoy the things that we like, and like them as much as we want. Don't let people tell you you can't have fun with something. I see World Theory down there in Twitch is asking, now on to the post-ironic phase. Were you not up on that? It was very big on 4chan, and I feel like 4chan really no longer has its finger on the pulse of culture or society or anything. It used to, but now it's all kind of just a miserable place that's retreading the same conversation topics over and over and over every single day. But for a little while, I mean, part of the fall from grace was that instead of really caring about things and making things and being like, no, we have our own culture and everything, it started to get into just like, oh, I don't care about anything. And it wasn't like nihilism. It was more like, you're stupid for caring. So the nihilistic phase was well, I guess the nihilistic phase was kind of the same, was that you're stupid for caring. But the post-ironic was like trying to make you feel, how do I put it? Like, it was something you got used to. Where it was like no one ever said or did anything with any sincerity. You know, like the nihilistic phase, you were just sincerely you just sincerely sucked. You were just like, I hate this, and you just got up there and you were like, this is what I hate, this is why I hate it. And that was the cynical, like, nihilistic movement. But the post-ironic movement was like, oh, no one knows if I like anything at all, and if you openly admit to liking something, I'll agree with you, but you won't be able to tell if I actually like that thing or not. You'll think maybe I do, but then I'll pull the rug out from underneath you and make you feel foolish. That was the post-ironic phase. So that was definitely big on 4chan, and it was really annoying. It's like, how do you have a conversation with anybody about anything? Oh, the post-ironic. Oh, yes. Okay, sorry there. So yes, now we're in the post-ironic phase. Yes. Well, yeah, I don't know what kind of phase we're in now, because like I say, so 4chan's no longer really on the pulse of anything. I never really learn about new things from them. If I learn about something new that's like cool and going on, I'm hearing it in a Discord chat or something. Like, and it's so strange because even on 4chan, I tend not to see, like, if something's big and doing well, I tend not to see them talking about it on 4chan anymore. They're still talking about stuff from years ago, like, 10, 20, Avatar: The Last Airbender on Ko. Like, if you go check, they'll still be arguing about whether or not Azula deserved redemption. It was like, I was a kid when that show was on the air. This cannot be the only thing. So it's weird. Like, 4chan's really got nothing going on anymore. But when you go through Discord, though, you get less mass communication, less mass culture, and you get sort of more whatever culture your local Discord group's all about. So whatever your Discord groups are into, you hear a lot more of. We're in the hell phase. Meme lore here at the right time. I mean, is anyone in chat, like, seems like they're stuck in time? Yeah, it really does seem like 4chan is just stuck in time. And I don't know what it is exactly. It's just maybe like not enough new things are coming out, or not enough new things are coming out that people know about. I do also, there's a lot of people who are like, oh, don't post your content here. And that used to not be the case. Like, it used to be that if somebody came in and you were like a 4chan, if you were like, the fact that I browsed 4chan used to be kind of like a positive, and so you could like post your pony videos to 4chan and be like, hey, check it out. But now they kind of reject it a little bit, because they're like, oh, we don't need shills in here. And you did always have to be respectful of that. Like, that used to be, I mean, that's like normal. You can't just come in and be like, look at my thing, look at my thing, look at my thing. But like, I feel like in the past, if you made an animation or something like that, you could go into 4chan and be like, hey, check out my animation. Because it was a high effort deal. And it wasn't like you were going to spam the board. And if it was relevant to the board's interests, then they were fine with it. But like, I don't know. Suppose I finished this game. Like, if I went into 4chan and I was like, hey, I made a game, they'd tell me to buy an ad. And it wouldn't matter if the game was good or what. I mean, granted, this doesn't have much to do with like 4chan culture, so that's fine, but 4chan culture is very thin these days. So even if I wanted to make a 4chan culture game, what would I do? You hang out on MLP? What? Like, I've checked out MLP. What? Oh yeah, I guess Discord servers get very cult of personality. Yeah, I've checked out MLP, and there's very little new stuff on MLP either. I figured that wasn't gonna work. Like I do have to salute those guys who are still talking about Equestria girls. Like the spin-off of My Little Pony, which which was rather controversial on the basis that not everybody was really thrilled about. You're like, yeah, still carrying a torch for that. I don't know how they do it. How do you find the energy for that? Just talk about, just talking about putting people down for having real energy. I mean, it's fine that they got it, but I can't imagine being like, yeah, liked Equestria Girl. You blame the horny. So yeah, I also blame the horny. Sergeant Recca liked Equestria Girls. I didn't get it. I blame the horny. Rainbow Rocks had some bangers. Says Ty. Yeah, over in Twitch they're saying it could be that people who grew up... I think about that sometimes. Like I go on 4chan these days and realize like I'm getting closer to 40. Like I'm not there yet. But it's coming, and I'm not the young people anymore. I'm like an old guy, and I gotta think like back in the day, it was like my age that was on 4chan, and so I think maybe if I'm like getting really old, maybe everybody on 4chan's just getting old, and it's just a bunch of like old guys. And they don't want to admit it, but just a bunch of old guys having arguments about, I don't know, Korra, the Legend of Korra still. You remember Legend of Korra? They butchered that show. It should have had a better chance. Cannot believe those people. If I were in charge. I was joking earlier, like, have you ever seen an old lady complain about the food at the nursing home? That's all it is. 4chan's just a nursing home now. For old guys. Done old men. Which was something that 4chan used to predict was going to happen. I'd be like, one of these days we're all going to be old men. We're going to look back and be like, you remember 4chan? But they used to predict that we'd remember it fondly. It's poor 4chan. 4chan we used to know is gone. It's been gone. A nursing home for people 20 years from retirement. Yeah, but one thing I think about that sometimes, and one thing I think about is if this is what it's like to talk to old people, if 4chan is what it's like to talk to old people, no wonder as kids we rejected the old people. And we're like, we're gonna make our own space, our own cool space, old man. And we're just like, oh, the old people don't belong in here. Old people suck. Look at what we did to 4chan. I'm so sorry to the kids. You could have enjoyed 4chan, but we wouldn't leave. We tried to continue to be there. We should have just let the kids take it over. We were always like, oh, the new people, the new people are wrong and need to be stopped. We should have left. The old people should have left. We should have just let kids run 4chan and make it cool again. And we wouldn't have understood it. We would have been like, I don't know what the kids see in it, but the kids they need their own 4chan. They need their own cool thing with its own cool culture that we adults just don't get. Have a good time. Not be bothered by what some 30-year-old curmudgeon thinks of the cartoons they're watching. Rizkabidi something something is their culture. It's not though. I mean, like, that's just a thing. That's like a thing that's going around. But that's like, you can't say like a WinRAR is you was 4chan's culture. That is vastly oversimplifying what it was, right? It wasn't just a WinRAR is you to us. That was what the adults believed. And see, that's talking like an adult. Like I remember when Cartoon Network did some segments where they were like trying to get in with the kid, like, hello fellow kids, and they were doing like fail. They were like, oh, school bell fail, and it was just like a bad school bell. It was like, you don't even know, like, you don't get the culture. You don't have any idea. You don't see any of this. You get no idea what you're talking about. And you can't follow it because it changes so fast. And see, that's the thing, is that you can latch on to Skibidi Riz or whatever, but that's not the culture. That's just a thing that they're doing. Right? They're going to move on to something else, but they've got a couple of things that would be more, like 4chan had some things that were really strict, but it's not just a winner is you, or Millhouse is not a meme or whatever. There's a whole body of culture, and that's the thing. That's what makes it cool. It's its own little like club. It's not even a secret club. It was never like it. We used to joke about that. It's like, oh, my secret club. It wasn't a secret club. It was just something you had to be a part of to get. But if you wanted to be a part of it, you could. I mean, it was just come in. Just come in, hang out. Should be live in about 4 minutes. They got TikTok. Yeah. Until that gets banned, they're working on outlawing that. In fairness, I believe TikTok is also kind of that algorithmic suffering. Same algorithmic suffering system, because my wife kept on installing it because she would watch it for a while and then realize it was keeping her up, because they would start talking about, like children dying or whatever, and she'd be like, oh god, I need to see this, and then was never happy. She'd like wake up tired and be like, I watched stories about kids dying all night, because they figured out she would watch that. And that sounds to me like kind of the same problem as we get with all the other systems. Like, I don't know how often that changes. She hasn't had it for a while because she basically was just like, I can't sleep so long as I have TikTok. I hear its discovery algorithms are a little bit more forgiving, though. MLP infection was hype. I don't have any idea what that is. What was the MLP infection? It's a brain rot TikTok meme, says someone else. A wheelipede, yeah. A centipede eating his own tail. Okay, I'm going to use the restroom here, and then maybe get another cup of coffee. Ouroboros. Byte asks, will there ever become a time when here I can pronounce Ouroboros or Ouroboros. I actually have tried to look it up to see what the proper pronunciation is and get like different. I don't know if there is a 100% agreed upon pronunciation. Ouroboros. Ouroboros. I know. Ouroboros. Yeah, it's kind of a running joke that if I say Ouroboros at any point in something I make, I have to stop and have an argument between the characters over whether or not the pronunciation is correct, because I always get it wrong. So I'm just like, no, that's not how it's. I know it's wrong. I feel like it's very hard for me to get it correct. Look at all this JPEG artifacting. What? It's not even a JPEG. He's not eating himself yet. He's working on it. I like Dr. Pepper's take on it here. He's not eternally eating himself. He's eternally screaming at his own ass. Eternally hung up about his appearance, about his butt. Too big? Oh God. I'll never finish it. That's how you know whether or not your butt's too big. If you can't eat your own butt, it's too big. Okay, there we go. So this is imported into Toon Boom. It's great that we've done that. Now it's time to oh, I knew you tricky Toon Boom. You didn't You didn't give me what I wanted. I knew you wouldn't. Okay, so the entire thing now, I'm just gonna turn it all white for the screen. And then we, oops, okay. Yeah, nope, nope. Turn it white so that we can separate the silhouette. Separate this one a little bit more. A little bit more of a wedge look. Should learn how to hold a pen correctly so that way I don't have to strain at this weird angle. Just making it harder to draw. The proper way to hold your pen is like straight up and down. And I've actually tried, well, for a lot of cases anyway, it's because it's like it creates a better range of motion. And I've tried doing it, but it feels so awkward. You have to, it's like you relearn to draw, relearn to hold your pen. It would benefit me to do it, but I just so don't like the way it feels holding it correctly. It psychologically it stresses me out. Too much pressure there. There we go. And back at the best part. Now you're talking about the world theories, talking about the how to do transparent images. It's not too concerning. It's just strange that it's done it. I wasn't planning on keeping it anyway. Because it's not, I don't think it's a problem with the transparency. I think that the issue is that Toon Boom didn't like it. Because looking at the image, it seems fine. Might be worse than, maybe I should just draw like a black outline around the legs. But it's fine. It's kind of working. what do you see in here? You're seeing a snake centipede. Looks almost like a dragon in this one, actually. Eat his own legs. We're making a company logo. We're going through all this work for a very brief cutscene in an RPG Maker video game. Oh. Okay, that means it's lunchtime. So, okay, I'll come back in like a little bit. Okay, we are back. All right. Hello to anyone still hanging around in spite of the lunch break. People will probably trickle back in. I looked at the stats for one of these streams once. Hello, yes. Wait, I did look at these. I'm pretty sure putting up the note of like I'll be back at 12 does like people actually will go, because it was funny on YouTube. You could see like this is where they stopped watching, and it's like when I went to go get lunch. But then they came back. They came back at the designated time, which means the notepad is working. I don't know what I'd do if it didn't work. I mean, I still have to eat lunch, but and I'd work. I'd work anyway. I'd carry on with the day. Not much would change. Okay. Like this. And all this becomes white. Animation software. That is actually not a terrible logo. The snake looks pretty cartoony, but you know, it's a cartoony game, so probably okay. So that should appear for like just barely long enough that you can't quite read what button you're supposed to press. Oh, peanut butter jelly sandwich. It's kind of a regular thing. The Zerg logo. Let me see, how long should it be? Like 30 seconds? 30 seconds, or 30 frames. That's 30 frames feels appropriate. There's a background. Oops. It's a peg. Press delete. Oh, okay. Alright, so we're only going to press delete for that one. So boop, press delete to enter BIOS, and then it'll go to like black screen for, let's say, a couple of frames. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. How about 6 frames? Yeah, that's reasonable. We'll get our background back. And then let's change it to like Windows blue. Do you think I'll get sued for that? Like a sky blue? It's fine, it's not exactly Windows blue. There we go. And then we'll bring our colored logo in. Here we are, and let's see. The gentleman's lunch, yes, the peanut butter and jelly. As we all know, a true gentleman always eats peanut butter and jelly. Still not in love with these colors on Mr. Tikrin. I feel like I could do something better. Anyway, we'll come back to that. Maybe just a bright red tie. New 1920 by 1080. Well, I can tell you why you didn't get a notification. It's because you're on YouTube, and they've got things that they would rather you watch. I am there's a certain amount of like cost management at the heart of it, really. Okay, I can't see a dang thing. Oh, right. I guess let's make it the same. Got the notification. Yeah, some people get the notifications all the time, and then some people do not. But it really just depends on various factors, like, do you watch everything that I post is, I think, one of them. Do you follow everything? Although maybe not even necessarily. I don't know. It's a black box. It is inscrutable. It's intentionally that way. Okay, we can probably shrink the canvas down. It doesn't need to be huge, honestly. Never turn on notifications for any channel. Well, it's very all or nothing, and it's a little bit comical that it's like that, because it's like you either have notifications for absolutely everything all the time, or or it's just you let them choose. So I don't know. It's kind of like, do you really want to be notified of everything that gets posted, or I guess if you turn the bell on, not very many people use the bell. Like, I think that of the 180 something subscribers that it says I have, there's like 3,000 of them that have the bell turned on. Used to be they try to like, oh, always turn the bell on, turn on that bell, and I don't think that it created a better user experience for most people, just because they got away from notifying people because they create so much spam. In fairness, if you don't want to sit through these, if you don't want to be here for this stuff, it'd be a little spammy. It'd be notified all the time of these things. Okay. Like every single day, several times a day with notifications. Yeah. So like, for example, if you didn't want to hear about it when I went live, you got to turn me off, because otherwise I'm just on every single day. So pull it up. Okay, so we got that, and then let's do some ellipses. Ah. No, not to the selection size, goodness. With this one, I think I might do maybe I'll just do a mask layer. I'll do all 3 ellipses and then just use a mask layer to hide the other 2. And that way I just have to use the one image. Dot, dot, dot. All right, let's get that. Bring it over. How did this, for goodness sake. Tell you to make a brand new symbol, and what do? You're new drawing, and you're just like, nah, old drawing becomes blue. Unbelievable. Let me down, Toon Boom. Makes it so big. Is that readable? Oh, it is. Okay, it sharpens up in the actual camera view. Good. Okay, have a good day, World Theory. Alright, let's get a mask. Whoops, dropped my pen. What is it again? Cutter? Cutter. Okay, do just like an invisible. Invisible. No? We're not doing it? Does it not work with? Maybe it doesn't work with an imported image. You know what? Maybe a cutter. Maybe I'm overcomplicating this. There. Haha. background, background. Come on. There we go. Let's see. Maybe if we make this about 12 seconds in length, that'd be, for 12 frames, it's like half a second. Oh, the Monday music stuff. That was, I used a lot of loops and stuff like that were available online. So it was like a mash of, like I did some of my own original stuff, but then also used a lot of loops online. And that was why it could be done in like every single week. Because if I was to make like a 3-minute song and have it be of decent quality, then it would take a lot more work than I probably had time for, really. The thing that I was going for with Monday Music was just building up a catalog of songs that could be used for stuff, and that's why to this day I will still go back and grab like music from the Monday Music stuff and put it into videos, because that was, you know, fundamentally the whole point of the project. But yeah, a lot of them were made with like royalty-free loops. That was also how Lil Uzi wound up. He didn't actually sample me. He grabbed one of those loops off of the internet. Okay, we could do that twice, I think. Actually, hold on. Yeah. 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We'll have one where we... Ooh, okay. Where we completely cover it up. There we go. 1, 2. Background vanishes on us. Oh yeah, if you actually like write music, then yeah, for sure you could look at that the like weekly speed and be like, oh man, how is that possible? It is not possible without being jump started by stuff. Because I mean, like if you think about it, once you find like a melody that works, like if you find like a loop and it's just like, oh, this is a good melody, then it's so much easier to go back and like create a drum part for it, or you know, a bass part or something like that. And so it's that was something that I did a lot with Monday Music. Like I've got software for scratch building music, and I've got some stuff that's original, but most of the Rainbow Dash Presents stuff, I use tricks like that because it's much easier for production speed, and then also like a lot of times the you know, the loops that you find it's like, this is a really good sound, you know, and I'll just use this sound, and it's you could call it cheap, but I mean that's the impetus for it. It's cheaper. It's cheap. For this project, everything's scratch composed, so there's no loops or anything. Actually, I can stream hasn't really heard very much of the music, but I put it together a while ago. What am I doing? I'm going to get myself distracted. Installing update. Yeah, and then update failed. Yeah, scratch building is, as far as making music goes, it's so much more difficult, because sometimes, like, you'll get into, like, you'll be going along just fine, and then you'll like hit a point, and you're like, all right, I should change it up. But what do I want to change it to? It's very tempting to go back and use like a piece that you've already made and just repeat it over and over again. But that's kind of also like, okay, so it saves time, but then you technically only written a third of a song, and you just repeat it so many times that you kind of like just stretch it out. But I feel like a minute roughly that's about where you start to hit that wall of like, all right, I should change something, I should do something else. I used to do the Monday music during streams, just so that we did have the background noise, and it was you know, it'd be more interesting for everybody because there'd be more to listen to. The only reason I haven't is just because, as I recall from when I used to do that, eventually I'd get tired of the Monday musics. Like there's a good several hundred of them, but they're not all great. Some of them are kind of low quality in my opinion. I didn't really like how they came out. So, okay, if we go back to the very beginning. And that's it. That's pretty much our intro. Although I want to add some stuff to this background image because this is a little boring as it is. Okay, and because Toon Boom is a vector program, it's actually strange in that it doesn't really do like a blurry brush. I don't think I have any options like that. I guess we get like a fine pencil. What will that look like? Oh, indecipherable. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just never explored the brushes, or maybe those don't look good at scale, or maybe they've updated since the last time. That doesn't look great, but you know, might be enough for what we want to do. Okay, it varies with pressure. Okay, let's get rid of the K. That's a little inconvenient. I was talking shit on Toon Boom's lack of tools, and then I was just, actually, no, I'll look at the tool. It's been a long time since I really explored what all Toon Boom has to offer me, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just never used them. But I had thought that they lacked quality shading and stuff tools. They had like gradients and everything, but there was a way to create blur. You do your solid vector and then you could add a blur effect, and that would sort of do the same thing. It would tease the how much I know. I feel like I never did much painting in Toon Boom in general. I always kind of approached it in the same way that I would approach Flash, which was with an incredible amount of distrust. Because you do something like this and then it would crash and you'd lose your project file. Okay, I think we can do better than that. And we'll do it in the drawing mode because it really trying to make it render. You can hear my computer fans kick on while I'm trying to do that because it's like, all right, we'll render in real time. CPU did not like that. A brighter one, even brighter. Oh, here. Put that up here. See how that looks. Let's maybe do some darker. As well. And just kind of add a little bit of noise and color to the whole thing. That'd be nice. Okay, let's see how that looks. Messy. It's a little messy. Not much respecting pressure, I see. Okay. And naturally we lose all of that. Where are you? I named this flourish. All right, let's get out of this so my CPU doesn't suffer. Installation failed. Okay, let me use the restroom again. Okay. So I just realized I forgot to hop into the stream chat when I got started this morning. I suppose it's okay though. We're gonna be gently antisocial today. Just a smidge. Okay. So I want to have this be like lighting up. And this head, I swear you'd better not. Okay, there we go. All right. See you later, Ty. Oh, this is a little bit tedious. Kind of wonder if I would be better off. Whoop, got the wrong pen there. Might be easier to just erase all of this and redraw it. Repaint it. And that is in fact what I'm going to do for the next one. Because that kind of sucked. Well, I guess I don't need to redraw that actually, but the rest of it. Although then again, okay, hold on. I wonder if I can. No, I did some short-sighted stuff with this. This is there's not really much I can do, but just be tedious with it. I think if I want to keep them in the same place. Oh my god. Okay, those I'm gonna just paint over. And okay, I'll just paint over it. I'm just gonna paint over the whole thing. What is happening? Hello, Donnie. We are drawing a loading screen. Not because our game has loading screens, but because when you first come into the game, I'd like for you to be greeted by a loading screen. This would be easier if I had not drawn these with the brush and everything, but it's okay, I've already done it. Wait. There we go. Total load. Says Donnie over in Twitch. Look at this. So messy. Such a mess. It's a little bit faster this way. Zoom way in. next one. One little tail section at a time. All right, this is a messy one. Okay. What did I just have? What was this one? Apparently drawing little beans. Highlight beans. Draw over that one. Okay, one more little tail bit. Oh, great! It actually finishes its animation with the last one. Didn't plan it, but it's fun. There you go. Ah, man, I knew that was going to happen at some point. Instead of giving me the new drawing, it screwed up. Okay, here we go. For real this time. Oops, oh, what am I doing? Okay, that's what I want. And then over here. Well, I'm just going to paint over it, it's faster. And there. Okay, now I swear better be. There we go. Okay. There we go. Whoops. No, don't do that. Okay. And we will call this boot screen. This 2 frames. Looks like 160 actually. Okay. Let's see, it's got a VLC. So here we go. This is our animation. Installation failed. And that's it. Doesn't last for very long, but there it is. Let's pull that up in Studio One. Oh, actually, before we load up Studio One, even. Get out my tiny keyboard. I have a tiny keyboard. I think I have to reboot the software to get it to work with me. But we're not doing a lot with it. We just want a little boot thing going. Okay, come back, Studio One. The big question is, it used to, I feel like I haven't used the actual keyboard for anything in a little while. It's dusty. So we'll see if it still remembers that I have this, because I feel like it used to look for it, and I just kept telling it don't look for it. So it might not find it. Hello, painted note. Let me see real quick if I just like drop an effect in here. Is it going to give me? One of these is like a startup sound. Whoops. No, it doesn't look like it's getting the keyboard. See if I can remember how to set that up. Instrument tracks, audio, Studio One. Okay, let me have a look. I'll see if I can. New keyboard. Okay, it's like you go to Studio One options. Ah, here we go. External devices. Add. Get like an MK Mini. No, is it not finding it? I need to install something for the keyboard. It'll be a little bit, I thought this would be faster. Doing it all with a mouse by hand is going to be is a little bit tedious for something, especially something that's going to be like really quick. I just need to be like boom, 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 boom. I thought I could do it. See from yeah, this MPK Mini is what I got. So you can kind of see the stuff I'm supposed to do. So normally you have to... Oh, is it maybe that's why I can't find it. Maybe I gotta tell it to... Oh, there we go. Move that. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So I got this metal drag. All right, so here's something fun we can do, and it's been a little while since I've been able to do this, since haven't done nearly as much work on animated stuff in a long time. It's weird I'm live. Yeah, we're doing live stuff, a lot more going on. Oh, do you not want a dot move? A dot MOV, you don't want a dot MOV. It maybe doesn't like dot MOV. Okay. You're just slowing me down though. Check it out, I've got software so old. Oh man. Okay, let's get a frame rate of 24 seconds. Oops, sorry, I just changed this one. Oh, shoot. get rid of all this. 24 frames per second. We don't want to interlace anything. All right, and now let's try and see if we can get this into our software. Okay, and now, yeah, but anyway, though we're live just about every weekday now. Will you take it? No. I could have sworn that I could import video to this program. I could swear I've done it. It says it's just drag and drop. I could swear I've done it before. I know I've done it before. Well, whatever. We don't really need much. In fact, we just need saying, what is this beast? Asks Donnie. Which beast do you refer to? Okay, that's enough of that. Thank you. Where did my... There it is. Okay, one thing I did want to get was, like, there's like a startup sound in this, I know. Fret noise, gunshot, helicopter, is it industrial glow? No. Did we take away my ability to... actually play this with the keyboard? Great. Maybe it doesn't play well. But anyway, though, the industrial glow is not what I wanted. Not that one. Vacuum cleaner? Oh, I think it's winch, actually. Yeah. Okay. Oh, now I got my thing back. Perfect. Okay. And we actually did just need that sound, and that's it for the very beginning of this. Well, actually, I don't have it run for a while. As annoying as that's going to be for everybody. So I'm going to just have the sound kind of roll off. Oh, okay, rolls off on its own. Fine. That's fine. Fine. We don't drag out infinitely. But that yeah, okay, boot screen audio is fine. Just call that power up. Since you're powering up, oops, right. Tell me what you're exporting, it says. I'll have to see if I can figure out why it won't let me drop the video in, because that's inconvenient. I really want it to. Maybe a longer fade out would be nicer. There we go. And we can get rid of this track because now we want like a keyboard. It'll be something like a beep boop boop boo. Wait. What? I do not understand what it's doing with. It was working, then it wasn't working. I don't know. And now the buttons won't turn off either. Interesting. And plug it and replug it. Or even, let me restart Studio One. What a pain. This is like older software. Yeah, the fun thing about Rainbow Dash Presents and the Mentally Advanced series, all that old stuff, was that I wrote it in my 20s, and I was targeting 20-year-olds. I was seeking an older audience. I'm trying to speak to an older audience. Are you going to cooperate with me, machine, or no? Okay, the buttons work now. Where do we have our electric piano? Fa sol la ti do. You must learn your scales on your arpeggios. How does the Windows go again? I'm trying to think about that. I get myself distracted with arpeggios. It's like be-doop-a-boom. I kind of like that. We'll just do a quick little jaunty one. It's too fast. There we go. Real quick and jaunty. And then we'll edit the track. And we will just add, I actually just like to add some harmony to it. Just a little harmony. Just a smidge of it as a treat. Sounds like a very old DOS program. There we go. That sounds kind of pretty. Oh, do you guys not have desktop audio? Can you not actually hear this? It's enabled. Oh, I bet that's why I'm having issues. I bet that the Studio One's probably taking control of the audio. I bet if I close it out, you guys will get audio back. So you can't hear what I'm doing. That makes sense. Well, that's okay. This is going to be short. But that's something to note. We can't do music streams because Studio One is going to fight with you. That's also probably why it wasn't finding the audio in the first place. I was wondering why it was fighting with me. There we go. It's just happy to be here. Call it spook jingle. Okay, boot jingle, power up, move those over there. Got more files open than I need. Yeah, it's nice live streaming again. I mean, it's mostly just nice like working uninterrupted and having my own, you know, time again to do things and make stuff. It's been refreshing. It's, you know, stay-at-home parenting. It's nice for a while, but you know, your kids don't really appreciate how much time it is for like that they take up, because it's kind of like they are their own world. Oops, specified notification. They're just like, I am the most important thing, and so you kind of you just watching the kid all day long, nothing else to do. And they're dependent on you, so they need you to entertain them. Kids are easy to entertain. The simplest things will make them laugh, but I do more elaborate stuff from time to time, and there's just no time for it when you're looking after a little kid. There we go. Can you guys hear the desktop audio again? Is it back? I hope I don't need to do like a system restart or anything. Okay. can hear it? Okay, good, good. So, all right, so you can hear that little, does that, I don't know if you guys know that it's got a very retro feel to me. There we go. Isn't animation great? We've been working from 9:30 till now to get this result. Isn't it a great thing? Ba, 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 ba. All this just to start up our game. And then we got to convert it over into a WBM. Should be nice and fast. Okay, and it's done. So now we should have a nice WBM. There it is. All right, so we can have it then play that movie. And where is it? It's something like audio play movie, boat screen. And then once that's done, we can have the player, I believe, we can give him a name, change nickname. How do I let the player change the nickname? Used to be there was just a command for it, I think. Just the banner with the Windows 98 on it. It's kind of what we got here. We're a little bit more elaborate than that. Let me see. I don't see where we give the player the option to name themselves. We can give them like an input, or maybe not. Because I'm pretty sure we can do like, no, we can't store a string by default. Oh, where are we? Let's see, transfer player. This is movement character. Show balloon icon. Change party followers, pictures, timing, screen. This has got to be, it's got to be in here. It was in the name input processing. Let's not play the movie. Let's just look at how that is. Do we want to... I'll see if it does like a... Okay. Let me can name him whatever we want. Terry. Terry. Oh, shit. Terry. There we go. Game begins. Terry bite. Hey, that's pretty good, actually. I like that. Terry bite. Is there enough space for that? That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You know what? I'm going to give you 10 spaces so you can do Terry bite. Specifically so you can put in Terry bite. There we go. Thank you, Donnie. Went exactly Terry bite. Okay, and then here we go. Play movie. Boot screen. Toggle skip. Okay, then this is so I can save myself pain. So here's how that looks. And there you go. You're not given any explanation. You just get the boot screen installing one of whatever. See how that looks in full screen. Because that is a... Looks fine. Looks like it's intended to be played in full screen. Installation failed. Yeah! We did it! Okay. There we are. Game begins. Game start. We got like 2 hours left in the workday. What do we do at this time? I know there's definitely like busy work that we can do. For example, the user interface icon sets. Oh no, not those. We want window. There's the, for text, as it turns out, is this right here. I don't yet know what some of this does. So here's the thing, I want this to line up correctly on every single one of these arrows. We'll say 2 down, because if it like jiggles, that's gonna be annoying. We lined up. We're lined up. This will be easy. We just need to add glow, basically. And we'll just make it be the colors that we have. Oop, that's too much glow. Here, actually. I can do it like this. There we go. It's like a blinker light, kind of. I think what it's doing is it's like it goes here, here, there, there. Which really just means I need to... Probably should have copied and pasted that rather than... Terry Bite. I'm inclined to put a character in the game named Terry Bite. It's a good pun. Okay, so we had the lights in there, and then if we run it, why are we blacked out? What happened? Ah, dang it. Something broke. Something broke, and I could not say what it was that broke. Oh, unless I bet I know what it is. Resolution too big. Let's try that again. There we go. Let's have a look at this file. It is moving up and down. It blinks high, then it blinks low. These are all the same. That's very deceptive, RPG Maker. You know, you okay. Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this? That is insanity. Why would you give me the option to import my own stuff? And then offset them. They should be offset. There's enough space to offset them in here. It's insane. Just like, oh, hey, did you... Probably, so I can go into the code, or I can cooperate with it and just do it this way. Just like we're doing it our way. We're doing it our way. I want a blinking light. Build the RPG of your dreams within the confines of our dreams. All right. That's blinking worse. Or shit, moving worse. Alright, so the other direction. The question is, I wonder, are these the ones that are up high, or the other ones up high? I honestly don't know what would take me longer. Searching the code. If I found the code, I could just like kill it right there in the code. But if I do this, I have to guess how many pixels they chose to offset by. But I don't know where in the code they do this. The searching can be a headache. So is there a way to catch the player actually hitting delete there? Where? It's wiggling a little bit. One of these is. I think it's this guy. Or rather, is it this guy? tiny. I mean, the dancing is like okay, but I just want it to sit still and blink. Let me pull this over here. Oh, to press delete, is there a way to catch the player actually hitting delete there? No, unfortunately, during a cutscene, you actually can't do any inputs. There is an option. I mean, like I would have to program something to run while it's doing the cutscene, and I have to like go in and mess with it. And that's all kind of, like I don't know really what's going on with the program well enough to do that. People who are really savvy with RPG Maker can do surprising things, so I know it's a way. It would be funny if I could catch the player hitting delete to enter the BIOS. I could, actually, if I wanted to do something funny with that, I could, instead of having it be a cutscene, like the screen that, the second part could still be a cutscene, but I could actually make that a parallax image. And so when you boot in, when you enter the game, you would see that as a parallax image, and then there could be a process running to see if you hit the delete button. Which maybe we ought to do that. Maybe that would be kind of funny. I don't know what should happen if they hit the delete button, to be honest, though. Like, what do you... like, you go into the BIOS? What next? What do we do after that? We could create a BIOS screen. Yeah, anyway, it would be funny, but I don't know. It also seems like a lot of work for a really stupid joke. But I do kind of want to do something with it. I am tempted. I feel like I got done with my objectives for the day. So we could get done. Okay, but anyway, though, first let's run this. Oh, is it still saying press delete to enter BIOS? Oh, shoot. It's actually not supposed to keep saying that. Once it gets out of that, it's supposed to go away. You're supposed to get like not even a whole second. Oops, not layout image. Yeah, you're meant to have barely any time to hit that, and even if you did. Okay, yes. Properties, progressive, don't deinterlace. Oh, right, and 24 frames per second. Where is it? Oh. Snaky thing got past me there. Boot jingle, boot screen audio, power up. Fade type, nice and linear. Boot jingle. still saying press. Did I not finish the export? I didn't. Got ahead of myself there. There we go. Secret settings menu. Like, but what kind of settings? Because that's what's funny is you could actually set up, basically I could create sprites. And so you would still have no visible sprite, but it would just be waiting for an input, right? And so you hit the input and then I could like have the sprites light up. So I could do a navigable menu screen in RPG Maker that would look like a bio screen. It would probably feel like a bio screen too, because you have to do it all with keyboard. Because it wouldn't respect the mouse or anything like that. Oh, although that might not be good, because theory it's supposed to work on a tablet, and I don't know what happens if you tell it like, oh wait, input. It has input options, but let's see what those input options are. Because I wouldn't want to like have somebody be on a tablet and then soft lock them. But how would they hit delete is the thing. I guess they couldn't hit delete on a tablet in the first place. Maybe it's still viable just based on like you can't get into this menu unless you do something you're not supposed to, or you can't anyway. Okay, let's get Handbrake back up and we'll convert that. But oh man, we spent all day working on this and it wasn't even correct. It's even better. Okay. It just closed itself after 30 seconds. Yeah, I could do that. It could take you to like another screen, another parallax screen, and then it just closes itself. Oh, you know what would be cool? Like an overclocking option. Because it's technically your player character's BIOS. And by default, I give the player like extra speed and stuff. That might be a little complicated, but we could maybe make a scene where they can increase or decrease their stats, like their starting stats. It wouldn't be a big deal, but it would be like, oh, you can overclock yourself a little bit, so you could like lower down your HP somewhat. That would be cool. That would be cool. That would be like an advanced user thing. Well, a cheat menu. Let me see what it does for the inputs, because it. Yeah, modifying your software is a crime. Please do not modify your software. Let me see, because there's like there's input number. Show choices. Because maybe they took it away. It's a message. But I feel like they didn't, because there used to be, back in like the 2003 whatever, you could like wait for a specific key input. Get location, info. They maybe took it away to make it compatible with mobile. And if they did, we might not be able to do anything with the hit delete. Put sunglasses on Terry. I'd have to make a separate sprite and export an entirely separate sprite sheet of just Terry with sunglasses. Conditional exit processing. Let's see, because there's like input number. Show choices, show text. Change party member, change XP, change profile. No. Movement. Vehicle, transfer character. They probably took it away. It could be programmed back in, but then I'd have to go and figure out how to do that. Yeah, I'm not seeing, because there is like, code for like skip. Okay, yeah, I think they took away the input because it's supposed to be on mobile, or it's supposed to be you can export to mobile, so we might not. That's too bad. That would be kind of cool if we hit delete at the BIOS thing and then go into you can like overclock your character, so you'd be like, I have 1 HP, but I'm twice as fast as normal. And it would legitimately be like, don't touch this unless you know what you're doing, because you're going to design a character that dies in every battle. Just want to run through it one more time because I feel like it was an old thing that used to be in. But I don't know how they would have. I don't know how they'd implement it now. Audio, no. Scene control. Name input, game over, title screen. Yeah, I don't think you can. That also means that so being able to change the menu would also be difficult because there's no like, okay, you push the button, you do the things. Well, it would be funny, but it's not possible easily. But anyway, let's see if our little arrow is working correctly. There we go. Well, that's working now. So fun thing, I spent yesterday night going through my emails and looking for spam. And I don't usually read them, but I am astounded by the number of oddball products that have been pitched to me through my spam email. Like, I got like massagers and ratchet sets and like water, and so I just started I would just go to a spam mail, skim over it, and then write an email based on the spam in my inbox. And so there's 15 of them now, and periodically I'm thinking I'll go back whenever I feel like it. I'll add more, so you can just keep checking your computer and maybe get more and more spam options you can read until they start repeating themselves. My hope is to casually write enough stupid spam emails that you don't see multiples very often. Okay. Well, there's that. This works now. We cannot push delete to enter our BIOS, sadly. What should we do now? This has changed. Getting tired. Needed another good night of sleep. I got a better night of sleep, went to bed earlier last night. The heat still sucked, but it wasn't as bad. Sprites. We could start working on the outdoors. Because I don't know what else to put in the player's bedroom. Kind of ran out of ideas the other night, and it might be, or the other day, it might be that more things will come to me as we build the game. Because there'll be like a joke from the game. We can come back and be like, that was funny. We'll put that in his bedroom. But for now, I don't know. For now, I get no idea what else I had to put in there. Let me see. We're going to work on tile sets. There's like grass. How does RPG Maker do grass? It's kind of just green. So I feel like we could do dirt and then put grass over it. This setup tiles. Okay. Okay, we'll just make some dirt. Dirt's pretty easy. Dirt doesn't have that much stuff going on that we can screw up. So we'll do like probably too dark in general. Okay. Basically, I can barely see us doing anything with the dirt that would justify more than one little frame here. Dirt, kinda. And we can even add a little extra color. Just a little extra color. Just to make it stand out more. And there we have dirt. It's nice when it's easy. It's nice when something takes like a second. Now we just have to export this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. 6 times. Mistake. Should be simple enough. I messed up the naming conventions. Still bummed about that BIOS thing. That would, I like modularity in video games. I like being able to dump your own points. I could still do something like that, but just the having the BIOS screen be the way in is would be so in theme. Because it really is, it's like, don't hit that delete button unless you know what you're doing. You go in that BIOS, you change your files, like, I can't help you after you go in there. That's the rule. Okay, let's get texture packer out here. Texture packer, I need you to packer these files. Can you do it? Oops, 96. Oh, actually, it has a little bit of a seam to it. Kind of knew I was giving too much pixel attention to the interior, not the exterior. Yep, and here we go. We'll just export 6 identical files, because that's what our program wants. A tiling option? We can do tiling. I just find it a little easier to work with it like this. Because if I do it like this, then I can keep symmetry. Yeah, it would be a lot more seamless if we could look at them, and I could expand it out and do it that way. But when I'm doing it, if I do it like this, then there's pros and cons to it. I don't know. Whoops. Basically, if I do it like this, and it's not like kind of a, like this is just a single patch of dirt. It doesn't really need any changes or alterations or anything. And now it looks better. But if I needed to make some alterations, or if I needed something to line up specifically, then if I just do the one file, then I actually can go back, and if I just do the one box, then I can kind of like add and remove things from it without losing the patterning. And it's hard to explain, but it's a little easier this way. So I'll show you here, because we've got this, right? So now we're gonna want like grass. And so for the files, you'll see like it's got like, here's the, if you just have it by itself, and then here's like it connects up. So the trick is though, if I want like, okay, so grass like this has got a pattern together. And for me to get that, I've got to kind of I don't know. It's hard to explain, but trust me. I know what I'm trying to tell you. I just don't know how to explain it. I don't know. The point is we're just gonna make like grass, like a whole grass field, and we can actually export just the grass too by itself. So, but we'll make a whole grass field. And we'll kind of try to. Actually, there's like a grass thing, and I wonder if I could use that to not. Whoops. Okay, it's a little ugly. Grass B, grass C. That's not grass. All right, somewhere in here, I can make like little grass guys. And then that way I can kind of like sort of like grass. Might be to look and see how this kind of feels once I'm done with it, because I'll make sure externals are not accidentally creating lines. And then let's just do a little bit more, but this time with some like intentional finesse. And by finesse, I just mean like the light's coming from the left. So our grasses are all going to be, if lit up anywhere, going to be from the left, and so they're kind of going to, a little grassy shine, hippie little grass. I hope that it reads as grass, because I'm going to be sad if it doesn't. I mean, that should read as grass, right? Right? Get rid of the patchy bits. And the parts that aren't there are going to be like brown. No, actually not. Maybe not. That'll probably read as grass. Here. Be careful about the edges so that they don't wind up looking messy or too not good. Actually, as I think about it, you can't transition from grass to dirt in quite the way that I want to do. Might be more reasonable to go the other way. Do like patches of dirt instead of patches of grass. Because the grass I'd like to be more common, and then the dirt will show up to kind of give a little bit of or should. No, actually, it'll probably be fine. Just trying to plan ahead so I don't screw myself. Hello again, my boys. I don't think I see a reason to do solid grass. So here's what we're going to do. Like add a little bit of riff stuff to the make it a little bit more blobby. Grab this. Okay. Stick on that, copy this. Okay, and then we need to be really careful about how many pixels we trim off of here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So we'll kind of go 5 in either direction. 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it is very important Two, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 5. Like if you're just like a little bit off with this, it'll give you so much grief. You don't want that, so. And back over to this. 5 pixels exactly is what we want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. And so this is kind of why we're doing, instead of lining it all up and doing the whole painting all together, it's a little easier with this because we don't need like exact symmetry. But if we just take like, okay, here's the image, the like broad level one, and then we kind of do our stuff this way, it does work better. Or it's simpler because we just have to do a little bit of trimming and a little bit of work, and that's preferable to drawing the whole thing in a really broad and complicated fashion. Oh, actually, so we will need this still, right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Forgot for like a second that we are removing the excess grass. Or the outer grass. Then we go the other way. Five. Okay, bit angular if I'm going for natural. Yeah. Oops, closed out my files here. Should maybe be a little bit more rounded. The trick is it just needs to be we have to be careful that we don't wind up having the thing not line up with this. But I guess we can go back and try to work with it. Let me see, because maybe we can go back and maybe we can fix this as well. I see this also needs a bit of darkening up anyway. Having everything be in squares is a bit confounding. The good news is on my screen it looks okay. Seems like from a distance it looks like pretty good grass. Pretty solid grass. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Okay, and then let's round this up a little bit. Maybe a little rounder. Let's see how that turns out. Hopefully, okay. The other way. and then we'll add our kind of shadow to the grass. And in theory, that should be all the grass completed. But let's go ahead and drag this in here and then see what happens. So the dirt was really simple. If you weren't doing that, let me see 96. And that looks like it should line up. You don't have any like seams or anything, pattern fits, so I think we're okay. Okay, and then we're going to want asphalt because we've got streets. And asphalt should be another easy one. And then we'll have sidewalks. And then sidewalks will be a little bit more difficult. Okay. But like a street asphalt ought to just be not actually black, but close to. And we'll just add in these droplets. Make sure we get them on the corners and edges and everything so that they don't create like a seam or anything like that. And then just like the other one, we'll add a few little highlights here and there. And that's our basic asphalt. Simple enough. We'll have to create some objects that are like road stripes. we'll get this here. 96 in size. Okay. All those together are going to be okay. We'll can do some basic layout. I would like it if we were the proper size, though. It's in 68 by 576. Okay. Let me see. So how big should this be? We don't want it to be huge, but it is like a largish area. Oh, that's too big. So the height should maybe be like 15. Yeah, that should be okay. Because our houses are not going to be very big. Let's make it 18. Yeah. Oh, what did I name it? Did I kill interior floors? Oh no. I just named it the wrong thing. Because it's the exterior floors. Okay, there we go. Tile sets. Okay, so given that, oh, we want this to be Tickerton exterior. So we're just gonna like spread this out. And I was imagining the roads kind of going like this way. We'd have our houses, or we've got like tiny little houses. We'd have a couple of them. Like a cul-de-sac. And for the most part, our grass looks okay. Not having any issues with it or anything. Only issue I've got right now is just where to put it. Thing though, I would like to go ahead and shorten this down. Okay, and then I kind of want sidewalks. And sidewalk. I mean, it's a sidewalk. Let's see. Sidewalk gotta have. Maybe it's kind of brownish. It's actually kind of a similar, so they're going to be similar as the asphalt. theory, it should never not be connected to something. It should end, but it'll never you'll just never have like a single sidewalk patch with no explanation. That would be strange. Fill this in as well as we can. I feel like sidewalks get a little bit more sandy looking is normal. And that's our basic sidewalk. However, I really don't think that does anything, so that'll just be our standalone sidewalk, I guess. Okay, so what we want to do then we are never going to connect to the, we're never going to disconnect at the top. But we may occasionally disconnect from down here, so. Yeah, I think that'll be okay. Let's add in actually. Bit of a curve, so it's not like a sharp angle. If my wife were home, I could ask her about like ADA compliance and stuff like that. She'd be able to tell me whether or not I can design sidewalks in my chosen fashion. My wife once got in trouble in a TikTok video with other people in the comments because somebody did a TikTok video, and I can't remember what compelled her to say this, but she was like, "That sidewalk's not ADA compliant," and it was kind of a crack up because it's like. Don't say that. You'll upset the people. You'll get trouble. Okay, I'm not entirely sure how this is going to work, so we'll find out. I guess it won't stop gracefully, though. There's one problem it's going to have. Okay, nice and straight. Begun. So I wonder. I'll put like a little. I want this repeating shape. nice too. If I do it like this, it'll be okay. Six. Just clear that out. Oh, actually. I think on these bottom ones I was doing like 2. Gotta do the same thing here. Doing okay, chat? You guys haven't piped up in a while. Don't know how long. Don't know how many people are in there. Can't look. I never looking at the metrics or anything. I more or less quit yapping. Just got focused on my drawing, my drawings. Chat may be dead. For all I know, anyway. It's weird. YouTube must still be promoting the live streams to people because, like, for example, yesterday we got about 400 hits by the time the stream ended. But then we got like another 200 people after the stream was well and done. Dead. Slayton Eurolands, you're just sitting here spacing out. Yawning and pondering bad. Well, you know, you don't have to stick it out if you don't want. I gotta call it in about 20 minutes, Lex. But 20 minutes of sleep is 20 minutes of sleep. And Snoobro's just outright dead. Kind of tragic there. Yes, I did promise tedium. We're gonna be doing art assets and looking at things you want to do but you're too tired to. I hate that. You're like, do I like to play a game and get like a book, but then you're too tired to read the book. Can't stay focused on it. Your eyes are all like messed up. The game dev experience in a nutshell. Oops. When I grabbed asphalt. I wanted sidewalk. See now how this winds up looking, because this might be trash or it might be fine, and I guess we'll just see what it does with it when it is on the screen. Oh yeah, I mean, and it's definitely that way with animation. You're like super jazzed to start. You're like, oh man, I'm gonna do so much, but the middle section is always you know, it's like, oh, there's so much work, especially with a huge project like this kind of thing. So it's like, when will I be done? Ages from now. Okay, to the boot screen, back to Tickerton. Tileset manager. Oh, right. Can I like publish as? Because that's annoying. Okay. Okay, it's just gonna keep making the wrong sprite sheet. Oh, so that's not the wrong one anyway. Can I force public? No. Just keeps wanting to put it in the wrong location. Okay. Got so many drawings that you were making, but never finished. Nope. Okay, what I can get out of this is for the most part it's gonna work. But not on stuff like that. Going down the middle, it's just going to give me grief. It might work if I could do like some half. I think maybe like half asphalt. If I do like half asphalt stuff, that'll probably work a little bit better. That said, I think I need. I think I need like a little bit more space. Like 20? Of course, it doesn't move everything down. I wonder if I can like grab and move everything, or you just have to repaint it all. Well, the more practical thing, I guess, might just be to make these into like sidewalk squares. Or the simpler thing, rather than having like tons of like half asphalt drawings. Okay, so we'll do it like that instead. Let me close this down. Maybe if I close it. Thank you, Cody. I kind of wanted to overlap the other tiles a little bit, but I think it's gonna create logistical problems, so we won't do that. Like, this is just about as much space as I want to dedicate to the houses. So if I just move the sidewalk down. What we had before was probably okay. Just needs to come down a little more. What happened? I thought I moved it down, but it feels like I didn't. 4. All right, there we go. RPG Maker, yeah, we're making RPGs. We're making our own RPGs. No one can tell us how to make them. We do it ourselves. Yeah, this game is about robots. About being a robot, more or less. It's a very blunt and also inappropriately inaccurate summary. For now, it's actually not about anything. There's no game. It's about drawing sidewalk slabs. Originally trying to make them work one way, realizing, hey, this isn't working at all. And then starting over. Be the best one ever. Yes. Yes. Tile sets are a bitch. It's like, oh, do you want things to be easy? No, things will never be easy. Sidewalk slabs are incredibly interesting. I'm sure our audience is going to be positively beside themselves when they realize that they can play a game with sidewalk slabs. They're just going to be like, oh man, this is everything. This is every dang thing I ever wanted out of an RPG, is a sidewalk slab that is just a little bit offset so that it feels like it's put down on a real street. Oh, we need our texture packer again. Texture packer. The hidden sidewalk lore. So hidden, it's not even clear to me what exactly the sidewalk lore is, but rest assured, it is lore and it is hidden. Ba-da-doo. Alright, now let's see if this thing will... Yep, it publishes the wrong name to the wrong place, regardless of whether or not that was wrong in the first place, right or wrong in the first place. .768 by 576. I got the name wrong in the first place. And that's just perpetually wrong. I don't know how to make it. I don't know how to make it be correct. So we're just gonna make a new project. And export it. Who knows what's underneath that sidewalk? It could be like roly-polies. Could be stuff under there. Oh, roly-poly. I was thinking of having like a civilization of cockroaches, but now that I think about it, a civilization of roly-polies would be kind of cooler. Pill bugs. Well, not a civilization so much as like an infestation. Could be robots under there. Could even be robotic roly-polies. Okay, there we go. They're just slabs now. Just great big slabs. And I'll still put them down in the second layer, and that's so that I can have grass and stuff be underneath them. Boop, 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 boop. The cul-de-sac of life, of new beginnings. Yes. And anyway, I don't know exactly how the grass should look yet because we got to get objects out there on the scene and houses. So your houses will be up here. They'll be like tiny little houses. We can fit 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2 houses over here. And then we'll have this like little cul-de-sac. I guess we could put another house over here. A house over there. Or part of a house anyway. Don't know what to do with this space over here. Maybe nothing. It's like empty. There's a park down here. I can tell you that much for sure. And I don't know. There's some stuff. There's a workshop over here. Your buddy Zeke lives over here in this corner. I wonder if I could tidy up the grass a little bit to make it less angular, or if that's fine. Am I okay with that? Should get some dandelions. Yeah. But okay, anyway though, it is time to go ahead and call it for the day, since it is about that time. I gotta get ready to go pick up my son. So prepare dinner and other things. I got stuff I got to do. So for those of you still with me, thanks for joining me. We'll be doing it again tomorrow and most weekdays. Tomorrow, depending on how I'm feeling, we might do like a half day, and then maybe I'll get recording done for the podcast. Yeah. But yeah, you guys all have a good day. Good rest of your day.